Oh no, LinkedIn. Huh. Another time, my friend. Another time, my friend. In your site, How's it going? It's going pretty well. I can give you a quick update. So I'm pretty happy with how the Markdown looks like. I want to make a few adjustments now that I've used this API a little bit. So that's what I'm working on right now. And yeah, I feel like the content is on point. I made some changes. Like in the last couple of days, I wasn't streaming because I was busy refactoring hardcore a lot of things. And that allowed me to implement this beauty here. It's very basic, actually. It's just a use case that I hadn't tackled before with Zine, so it required fixing a few things to make space for it. Well, also because, not strictly so, but also I wanted to, refactor a few things too. I didn't want to bolt this feature on in a shitty way. I wanted to do a good job at it. And I'm referring to the ability to do this. So there's the nav menu. Let me see if I can show you maybe the normal one. There's the nav menu. If we look at the zigline.org, you can see, right, download, learn, news, this is Software Foundation, source code, journey, community. And here's how it works. We grab the download page. I've implemented CTX. CTX allows you basically to bind an expression, well, the evaluated expression to a variable. In Scripty, you can't name variables. And I'm being right now very restrictive with what you can do in that term. So like in SuperHTML, so Scripty doesn't have this concept at all. Scripty is just a single expression. But SuperHTML could allow you to create like attributes that become variable names. For now, there's only one, CTX. So like you bind this page to CTX, and now you can do ctx.link, ctx.title. Does it really need to be on multiple lines? It actually doesn't even need to be on multiple lines. I think this was originally on multiple lines because it like repeated side page, I think. But now it's small enough that it doesn't need that. So I implemented CTX, and then you can do more importantly, or rather, well, equally importantly, you can also do site.page and grab a page by name. And then you can link to it. So like if you put the something that doesn't exist here, then you'll get an error. Like the reason why you want to go through the system rather than just plopping a relative link, it's just so that we can make sure the system is aware of what you're doing. Of course, the system could also like forcefully inspect all your links, hrefs, and stuff. But I think it's more versatile to do it like this. So let me fix this multi-line stuff since it's apparently not really needed. Oh, this one might be needed though. Man, this guy has a ton of classes. So yeah, this one stays, this one stays. So, so this is kind of how it's going. And I think that after I release this stuff that I'm working on right now, basically people will be able to try it out. Like there's not going to be a huge update for a while. And so it should be like, yeah, good enough. It should give you like an idea of what the intended user experience is. All that I'm gonna work on afterwards is gonna be for a while. It's gonna be like just polishing, adding more errors. I think there are some errors that are either right now not even checked, or they do explain this error. So I'm gonna polish all this stuff. Join line command in Helix. Oh, yeah, that's a good question. Yank join, clipboard yank join primary merge. Join selections space. I don't think that's it because it mentions multiple selections. Well, what happens if I do? Oh yeah, join selection space is like I have, I don't know, 10 things selected. AJ sounds right. You think so? Holy shit. So uppercase J. And then AJ. What is AJ? Is that Alt J? No, Control J. The fuck is AJ? Command J? No. Okay, we'll never know what AJ is supposed to be. But uppercase J does some of that. It should be Alt, right? Well, yeah, but apparently not. So I don't know. So I can do this and then uppercase J. Yeah, I can do uppercase J and it works, I guess. When do you plan to publish these new improvements to Zine? Soon. I don't have like a specific date because, you know, I just need to implement more shit. And I don't know how much that takes precisely, but shouldn't take that long. Like, it's pretty much there. And with this, like, for example, what I'm doing right now is I got to a point now where I'm like polishing the names of these APIs. So we're pretty much there. Also, I regressed translations, so I need to fix translations again. But now it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Also, I discovered I originally wanted to be extremely like aggressive with regards to preventing people from putting HTML in their Markdown content. But then guess what? I looked at my own personal blog and I discovered that, for example, if you want to like embed a tweet, you kind of have to copy their embed code. Like, sure, you could translate it to something better, but Jesus Christ, is that a pain in the ass. And then there's also other embeds. Like, I can have a video tag for files, for video files that, like, you know, you have a link to an MP4 file and then you can embed it with a video element. But then what if you want to embed a YouTube video, a Vimeo video, some other content, right? Those are like all iframes. So all iframes with their own, each with their own stupid fucking different way of specifying options. So long story short, I had to kind of accept that some people will want to still put HTML in the things. And so I went this route. Basically, you can do this now in Zine. You can do this. You create an block, you put equals HTML, and that plops the HTML verbatim. And this allowing HTML and MD feels very restrictive. But there's a very good reason for that. HTML, so Markdown technically is the content. HTML is one way of rendering the content. I want to have Zine. I want to make Zine be able to also turn your Markdown content into a book, into like a PDF file. So if you have HTML littered all over the place, then you know, translation to PDF is gonna suck. And the idea is that instead of you using HTML, I give you these semantic things that you can put into your content. So this only has blocks in it. It's not that interesting. But if we look at my personal blog, maybe it is. Oh, Zine SSG is also good enough. So here, for example, I allow you to put an image. I allow you to put a video, and these have semantic structure for the system. So then when you're rendering this thing to PDF, you can decide what to do. Obviously, the video, you won't be able to embed a video with a video player in PDF. Obviously, actually, I think, I'm not even sure, but let's assume that you can't. So, but you know that it's a video. So you can create a tiny, you know, a cute box that shows the video title and says, click here to see the video, for example. If instead you plop in a bunch of HTML, like a video tag with, I don't know, divs around it, iframes, tons of fucking CSS, like how do you make sense of this in a PDF context? I mean, if you try hard enough, you can, but the problem is that you basically poisoned what is your content with one specific kind of layout, or rather one specific kind of like, yeah, publishing like output format. And you don't want to do that. Like you want to avoid that as much as possible. So my Markdown will not allow you to inline HTML elements at all. But as an escape hatch, you will be able to put the equal sign HTML blocks where you can plop an iframe there if you want. And then it means that if you do that, then you will get a hard error when trying to export that content to something that isn't HTML. Or maybe I'll figure out some other alternative way, we'll see. But the idea is that HTML should be like a last resort thing. First, you express things in a semantic way. And to be clear, the HTML renderer sees a video, sees that you want to put a video element in here, and then we'll turn that into a video tag in HTML, of course. Will Zine be a Sphinx alternative? You know what? That's funny. I'm not even sure I know what Sphinx is precisely. Like, I know the name. I know that it's used to generate documentation websites. But if you ask me precisely what is Sphinx, I'm not sure I know what it is. But yeah, basically, I want to be able, the engine behind read the docs. So yeah, I knew also that, but like, how do you describe it better than that? So I guess the answer is what. So it's a static site generator. In that case, Zine is a static site generator. Does it do something more than generating static content? Does it do things in a different way? Does it have like more, like a fixed structure? In any case, you would need to make Markdown powerful enough to handle all kinds of use cases. Guess what? That's what I did. That's my point. So you see this? This is how I extend Markdown. I don't change the syntax in Markdown, but basically now what previously was link syntax now can be a link, yes, but it can also be something else. So as you can see, this is an image, but I'm not using the bang syntax. The bang syntax is still supported. I haven't ripped that out. But you can think of the bang square brackets parentheses syntax as syntax sugar for this. So whatever thing, like we need to come up with things to put here that make sense. For now, I have image, video, I think I mainly have image and video, but obviously I want to add more. But yeah, this is how you do it. And at some point, I think I will give you also the user the ability to define like their own type of components. What about an image with dark light mode variants? I can do that with HTML. I think that right now, there is no way of doing that with this API, but it could be added if it becomes important. I would argue that it's very debatable whether an image in your content, an image that is part of your content, whether that should have a dark light variant. I would argue that in reality, and if most things, maybe 99.999% of cases, if an image has to be dark and light mode, it's probably part of your layouts, not part of your content. But yeah, what if you want to do that? Sure. So maybe image could allow you to specify that, or maybe shouldn't, and then yeah, it would have to be a custom component. But the point is, once you have that, Markdown becomes all powerful. Markdown doesn't have any limiting factor anymore at that point. With a tiny star, because there are still some situations where, you know, Markdown is kind of shitty when you're trying to like intermix literal stars and bold and italic and and sometimes the engine parses things in ways that you don't want it to parse them. So Markdown still has some inherent Markdown flows, but they're very minor in my opinion. And the main criticism that people raise against Markdown, like I'm thinking mainly of discussions like this one, where this person basically is saying, look, I was trying to make a book, and Markdown is so stupidly limiting because, look, this is how you put an image, but then what if I want to do, but look at how it looks in RST. In RST, there's, dude, so let me tell you, I'm looking at the syntax and you're actually not convincing me. But I guess the point is that you can give, you can, it's generic, right? You can create your own exercise, you can put name in there, you can say that this is the solution, this is solution list, and then you can decide how to render this shit. And that's great. That's absolutely great. But the thing is, it's not like this is impossible for Markdown. It is totally possible. Well, you need to put something on top of it, but I don't even have to make new syntax for this stuff. What about an image with, sorry, the custom block ID thing would solve most cases where I had to fall back to HTML in a Markdown file. Oh, Techatrix, not only that. There's a thing that you don't know about blocks. Oh, probably. I haven't shown it yet. So let's go back to the Zig website. So blocks here are a way of giving an ID to a heading. Yes. But it doesn't end here. Basically, here's look at the Zig website. You see, right, that we have this piece of content here. The problem is that this piece of content needs to go into a to layout column with a code sample in the second column. And did I say a to layout column? A 2-column layout. If I did say that, yeah, then I fix it. So let's look at what the source code looks like for, or rather, well, how we implemented this in Markdown. Look at this shit. I'm using like, what are these things called? They're not liquid tags, shortcodes. They call them shortcodes. So I'm using a bunch of shortcodes, and I wrap this thing around with shortcodes, and then have more shortcodes, some inline HTML for the buttons, and then more shortcodes, and then a shortcode to embed the source code. The code sample. What a piece of garbage. And every single thing that uses Markdown, they're always thinking, well, how can we make it better for you to specify this weird shit in Markdown? Well, here's my answer. My answer is you don't. So blocks not only give IDs to headings, but they also allow you to do this in the template. They allow you to do things like, not sponsors, so communities. Okay, so I went way too much down. I allow you to do things like this. I define in the layout a bunch of well, the 2-column layout, and then I render in a div only the features section. I'm gonna call them blocks. Like I decided, I was originally tiptoeing between block and section in the for naming this feature. I'm gonna commit to block. I just like block. I got used to it. It's good enough. So basically, what I'm saying is that this is the features block, and this is what gets rendered in here. So in other static site generators, you usually have the entire pre-rendered Markdown file that goes all of it goes into one div, all or nothing, no in betweens. Here instead, by defining a block, you can render your content piece by piece. And the end result is that if you need a 2-column layout, yes, now your layout can define the 2-column layout and place the piece of content that goes into the 2-column layout exactly where it belongs. And you don't have to poison this thing with layout concerns. So this is another thing that Zine supports. Okay, so if anybody has questions, I'm happy to answer them. Isn't that the whole point of the feature? Oh, that's why. Okay, yeah, this is it. Sorry, I didn't know if you knew. So I thought that, like, I assumed that if you had only seen block mentioned in the Markdown and not seen it being used, you might assume that all it does is just give an ID to the heading, which, by the way, that's already an upgrade compared to what normally happens, right? Because either the Markdown renderer doesn't generate IDs for headings, or if it does, the ID is a slug of the text. And so if you change the text, then the ID changes, and everything that tried to deep link to there, now it's every deep link now it's broken, right? The hash doesn't match anymore, and your site's shit. It's shit. Which, by the way, that's a problem that happens also on the Zig website. I don't know if it's still true, but at least at the point in time, a bunch of a bunch of like the different support tables had some deep link to them that broke because some text was changed slightly. So yeah. So basically, so now I'm at the point where I'm like making minor refactoring to these things. I also decided to commit to the idea that I previously wanted blocks to only be H1 headings and semantically have inside of them everything that is a higher level, a higher heading level. Chip viewers. You're a chip viewer, man. So basically the idea is you make this H1 block, and so this goes inside of it. This is another H1, whether it's a block or not, because it's an H1, then we don't include it. But I decided against this. I decided that no, since Markdown is actually flat, like in reality, even though this is an H2, everything is flat. I decided basically to make it work like this. A block is everything up until the next block. So this means that this block contains only this heading. This block, even though it's an H2, it's a separate block, which will render under an H2 with an H2 title, but then it's also separate. And then this is also a third separate block. So yeah, I decided to commit to this idea. So I was changing now the rendering code to make this happen. Okay. So these renders from block to block. Let's see how that works now. This means that we don't need to have sponsors anymore, I think. And maybe we can do the same to community. Okay, sponsors. So now in section title, well, now we can just do this, I guess. Oh, well, actually, we can be sneaky about this with the current implementation. Nice. Okay. Do we build? I don't think we build. We do build. Okay. This sponsors is wrong. Because it had section title attribute. Oh, come on, really? Oh, I didn't see it. There we go. Okay, now sponsor is okay. The web server crashed. God damn it. That's something I need to fix. But now we're good. This is fucking perfect. Now, join a community. Why is join a community not a thing? So let's make this a double thing. There we go. Yeah, look at this. We were grabbing community. Oh, I see also what I was doing wrong. Yeah, but this should not say join a community. This should say just community. And should also have the section title attribute. There you go. And now we can go, and now community can stay join a community. Okay, yeah. Okay. That is great. We got the homepage. Like we really genuinely got the homepage, except for one thing. We're missing one. We're missing news. News is a little bit special up here. Oh, and then we need to also fix our regression on other translations. So we need to regress that, I guess. And then we're good to go. Okay, and at that point, this is the real deal, man. Okay, let's deregress that link, or do we do that, or do we change? content section to something more semantically nice. Also, we need to implement table of contents. You know what? Let's first do the stuff, the non as satisfying work, and then we do the satisfying work second. So let's fix the regression. Let's implement news, and then we work on table of contents. Although I feel like there's something more that I need. And I think that once we implement table of contents, I'll need to change the block API still a little bit more, because this is as is. It's nice. It solves one problem, but there's still other problems that are not solved. So yeah. Okay. Let's fix the regression first, I guess. So we don't see other languages. How does that work? Let's see. Base. This page is also available in the following languages, and I'm doing page.translations, and there's nothing in there. There is nothing in page.translations. Why? Because nobody's setting translations. That's why. We still have the translations. I think it's just that we don't wire them in. The answer is probably for now to cheat slightly, because I'm not ready to fully refactor this system, even though maybe I should. But for now, let's limit ourselves to just making it work. It's const cast time. And we did have this guy, which we even commented out. Oof, why? Is it not building anymore? Let's see. Translation index path, we do have that. We read the file. Oh, I know what the problem is, probably. We changed the format of this thing also. I think it doesn't parse anymore. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This is one thing. There's probably more. But, well, let's leave it at that for now. Okay, let's see if we build. No field name local code. All right. Somehow I expected it to be in here. Where is this coming from? Page 235. Why is this a problem now? Huh. Also, I don't know. It's localize dot local. Maybe I should do dot local. You know what? Let's change this to dot local. Okay, let's see what we got. Variable petit local name, field not found. Okay, so we're in good shape. Also, wait, page.translations. How is this working? I renamed this. I did not. I copied it. Oh, right. This is like this is just give me one by name. This is give me this page by name. This is right. We want to change this. Locales. Yeah. This should be like page locale. Man, I'm sure the people will be delighted by how I keep breaking everything and changing things. Okay, so now this works again. Nice. Next is next is what? I think there's another piece of text that should go up here, which we don't see. I don't know if I ever fixed it or not. It's part of index. This page was translated by the Zig community. So if site localcode equals enus not, then print the content. And the content says if we have I changed this. How come that we're not? Oh, you know what? I guess we're still hitting the cache, but this is now wrong. This needs to be now locale. Sorry, I just want to see it fail now. The fact that it doesn't fail, it's kind of sus, if I have to be honest. Wait, do I still have both for some reason or something? So this is not okay because there were errors guaranteed to render this page, but somehow we forgot about those. Somehow we forgot about those. Or no, you know what? Is this another occurrence where server is not rendering everything? No, it is. The fuck? Okay, let's take a look at well, this is page.local though. That there is no discussion here. Okay, what is going on here? So the thing is, we are not going to analyze this expression if this doesn't trigger. Hey, Rocco Rager, hello. I'm a little bit confused by what is happening here. I'm also confused by the fact that this doesn't render, but also doesn't error out. Which should. I've seen this error out as expected before. What is going on, man? Okay. Index IT. Like, I have now other things that are missing here. Like, this should be like this now. This should be it should be this. And then there should also be this guy should be 2, this guy should be community. Oh, okay. So that's why it's not showing, because this is now using page.html. Okay, there we go. That now explains it. Yeah. It's a worse version of how things were before, but it's fine. May I ask what SHTML is? Yes, SHTML is SuperHTML. It's HTML. It's a templating language. So if you ever use Jinja, Hugo templates, Mustache, Handlebars, there's more probably out there. There's probably a lot more. But those are all templating languages that allow you to template HTML. SuperHTML is another one, but it doesn't use curly braces. It's instead normal HTML. So the syntax is always correct HTML, but it has special attributes that have semantic meaning. So like this if attribute will get actually analyzed at build time, and it will decide whether the templating engine will print the body of this element or not. And it's the templating language that I use for my static site generator. It's much more strict than the curly brace ones. So like it will error out if you write wrong stuff. It will not allow you to render malformed HTML. Or, you know, maybe there's some bug or some corner case that I haven't handled, and so you can still do it. But the idea is that, you know, curly brace templating languages, they are kind of like a macro system. They allow you to cut and paste pieces of syntax, HTML syntax all over the place. You can use them also with things that are not HTML even. SuperHTML is perfectly tailored for HTML. Okay, so this works. Okay, so this part below works. We are left with one task, and then the homepage has been fully ported with like no compromises, no caveats. Well, actually, there is one compromise still. We have 2 to-dos. Okay, 2 to-dos. Let's do them. Let's go do it. Actually, maybe? I'm not even sure. One for sure. Okay, so here's what I was referring to. We'll need to figure out if this is actually the case or not. So here, I'm linking to sponsor Zig by passing a subpath. Also, this LSP, which is not my LSP, I don't know whose LSP this is, for some reason doesn't like me doing this, which is interesting. I don't need a static site generator. I use Svelte since my code is pretty much reactive, but sounds like it's worth a follow. So the reason why I'm working on this static site generator is because I've used in the past JavaScript frameworks to do this kind of work. And there's something to gain there for sure. But there's also a big loss, like in using JavaScript frameworks. So first of all, well, I started with Gatsby, and Gatsby is slow as fuck. And with all due respect, everything written in JavaScript is slow as fuck. Not everything is equally slow to Gatsby. I don't really use JavaScript frameworks much nowadays, but I can totally easily believe that modern frameworks are dramatically better than Gatsby. I can totally buy it. But man, Gatsby would take like minutes, like literal minutes to render my personal blog that had like 12 pages in it. It's embarrassing. Like if you even remotely know how computers work, it's insane to think that running through a fistful of bytes scattered across 12 content files should take minutes to build. And the nail in the coffin for me using Gatsby and JavaScript in general for this purpose was when I moved to a Mac M1, so the ARM architecture, and I had some dependencies that used C libraries. So whenever you see Node GYP, Node JIP, that runs, that thing is compiling C code for you because it's like compiling maybe image resizing dependencies, CSS minification also, is usually it's a wrapper around a C library that does the CSS minification. And my blog wouldn't build anymore. It was a disaster. It's tragicomical if you think about it. The JavaScript project couldn't move to the new architecture while other native applications could. So that was a shame. So that made me go to Hugo instead. Hugo is written in Go. It's much more strict, too strict, or rather like too rigid. Like you can't personalize things as much. But man, is it fast. Holy shit. It's like very, very, very fast. But sorry, going back to the JavaScript stuff. Long story short, here's my point. If you already know JSX and you want to get more mileage out of JSX and you like the JavaScript ecosystem, fine, stay in it. But there's a lot of machinery that you're spinning up that oftentimes it's absolutely not necessary. Absolutely. And I get wanting to use JSX and not having to learn other templating languages, because other templating languages, the curly brace ones, they tend to suck ass. Like they really love to slurp that ass. And that was the same for me. Like the reason why I started with Gatsby is precisely because I knew JSX and I didn't want to learn. I knew about Hugo at the time, but I didn't want to learn the stupid Hugo templating language. But then I had to bite the bullet after Gatsby turned out to be absolutely ridiculously slow and broken. But then when I moved to Hugo, I had to deal with the templating language, and that was also another disaster. So I wasn't wrong in not wanting to deal with the Hugo templating language. So long story short, I'm basically trying to make these things better. In conclusion, JavaScript is nice in some ways, but be careful because it gets you systematically into certain annoying positions where your shit is overcomplicated almost all the time. That's it. Sorry. End of my TED talk. Okay, so the question is, here we're doing sponsor with Zig. What happens if we break this? Wait, are you serious? I get a diagnostic only for the correct one? Okay, so this is not being checked, basically. Oh, and I can go to definition and finds the different translations for that page. There's some weird shit going on with the language server that I have. My backend is a backend as a service, and on top of that, there's a backend that communicates to my backend as a service that makes some stuff for my frontend that also accesses the backend as a service sometimes. So my code stack is really weird. But wait, do you? So you don't? So then your website is not fully static. It does need a backend, and apparently a backend and a backend as a service. Let's just say that what I'm building here is like for websites that are like almost entirely static. How flexible, efficient is the self-hosted compiler in targeting architectures other than 64-bit? The self-hosted compiler is maximally efficient at targeting architectures other than 64-bit because the self-hosted compiler is still using LLVM as a backend. If by self-hosted compiler you meant custom backends that are still being worked on, so they're not like released yet, I believe. Don't take my word for it. This is not a promise, but I believe that the x86-64 Linux backend, custom backend, will be turned on by default in the next version of Zig. I think, not a promise, I think. And that one will be very fast. But the point of that backend is only to do debug builds and be really fast at creating debug builds. And debug builds are not efficient. So the compiler will be fast, but the generated code will not be optimized, which you don't want to have optimized too much anyway in a debug build. So I don't know. I hope this answers your question. But I guess the key point here in regards to nomenclature is that the self-hosted compiler is just the compiler itself rewritten in Zig. And that happened a while ago. And that still uses LLVM. Custom backends are things that will replace LLVM. But for now, they only replace LLVM for debug builds. You need to write one for each architecture. So you need one for x86-64. You need one for, well, x86. You need one for ARM. You need one for ARM64. Or as the ARM company likes to call it, AArch64. Great name. Good job, guys. These people are like fucking marketing geniuses. Don't you love AR64? It's like, man, it's so one letter for the specific. The fact that it's ARM, ARCH, 4 letters for architecture. That means nothing because, in the context where you use that term, all the other alternatives are also architectures. x86-64 is also an architecture. And so, like, man. How did they end up with that fucking name? Anyway, setting that aside. So those are custom backends. Yeah, they need to be made one by one, basically. There's also a linker component. How can I say? I think that also the term backend is more precise, but not fully precise, because there's also some other interactions with the rest of the compiler that need to be figured out. And I guess those are, maybe you could even say, well, they are still architecture specific, but they're also OS specific. Like linking on Linux is different than linking on macOS, for example. But in any case, yeah, that's what's being worked on, and it's gonna come out bit by bit. I wish that the ARM64 stuff would go forward more, because I'm on ARM. That's the full explanation. I wish it made more progress because I want to use it. But it's coming. It's all gonna come. One thing that I was saying to Andrew, in any case, is that obviously things should be enabled as soon as they're available. Of course, there's no reason to withhold these things, but we should avoid making huge announcements, I think, until pretty much everybody can try them out. Like, I think that we should not waste the opportunity of boom, making this announcement, and then it turns out that unless you have x86-64 Linux, then you can't even try this thing. People should be, when they are exposed to the announcement, they should also be in a position where they can actually try it firsthand and come to their own conclusions. Otherwise, I feel like it's a waste of an opportunity. Okay. What were we doing here? We were testing that this link is not being checked, and we need to either check this link or prevent you from expressing it this way. The problem is we don't have, I think, a counterpart for it. We don't have the ability to say, oh, this is a link. So we'll add that. I guess this is going to be our next to do. But first, let's add news, because I think we should be able to do that now. I think we should be able to do that now. Let's see. Let us see. Let us. I love let us. Yeah, it's these guys. Let's do the big one first. So, site, enus, and then we grab the page news from enus. This should work. Do we have site? Well, .local. We have local code. We have local name. We have link. We have asset. We have page. We don't have locale. So we need to have the ability to grab a site locale. That shouldn't be hard. So we go to context. We create an extern function. Well, not exactly an extern, but like close to an extern. So we have page find, page get. Let's do site get. Well, let's do code. And it returns what? It returns an optional. Should it return an optional? Yeah, I should return an optional. Constant pointer to a site. And in cache, we set this to sites.get. Well, guess what? We already had it implemented. Oh, 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 it was already implemented. That's nice. Well, so we are, most of the work is already done. Now let's expose it to Scripty. Local signature, once a string, returns a site. Returns the site corresponding to the provided local code. Only available in multilingual websites. Site dot wait a second. How did we implement linking to the default website? Oh, also this says ENUK because I was testing stuff. Yes. Wait a second. Yeah, that thing doesn't mean anything. Okay. We also really need to do this way? Yeah, we kind of do. Okay, fine. Okay. Wait, though. It's because we were doing it for the same page. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so we were saying site.local, I don't know, enus.link or something. I don't know. Morica. So implementation. Expected one string argument, yes. And then we do const other is context dot site get ref. Let's change this to code. Or else unable to find local. Oh, this is slightly different. This is a value RFMT. Although you do pass in the locale, so, but whatever. Let's find it. Let's see what happened. The CTX attribute can value to any type except error, optional, and type of. Yeah, that's correct. So here's what's going on. So now this works. We can grab the enus locale, and what's interesting is that we don't make this, even though the internal implementation uses optionals to represent the absence of this thing. In the scripting language, we don't allow you to recover from trying to grab the wrong locale. Like, this is a hard error. Like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Like, these are like hard-coded things. You should know what locales you have at your disposal or not. These are not dynamic. But a page, it is not necessarily guaranteed that a given page exists as a translation in the other locale. So for this reason, we make grabbing a page optional, or at least, you know what? I'll say this is debatable. It is not guaranteed that this API is the one that makes most sense. But in any case, for now, page gives you an optional value. So you can bind this to a CTX. That means that this needs to be an if. This needs to be an if. And the if also acts as a context. So if will contain the unwrapped optional value. And I think that as a base design is good. It's a good idea. I'm not sure that pages should be optional, though. In some contexts, that totally makes sense. In some others, it doesn't really, man. Also, there's one last problem, because this is an optional, fair. But here in this case, it's like, I'm not happy if this page doesn't exist. Like, I kind of expect it to really exist. No doubt, like no discussion. Can I put a bang in here? I can put a bang. I'm thinking that maybe we should do, I was thinking of putting a bang in here, but at the same time, fuck. You know what we can do? I know what we are missing. What we are missing is the ability to force some wrap optionals. Like this CTX stuff could work if you could say, yeah, the page, but you know what? The page has to be there, like dot bang or something. Dot unwrap. Using, I think this is using like Rust lingo. Is there a better name than unwrap than we can give to optionals to say this optional better be there? But I'm not gonna add more functionality to optionals today. That's for another day. Let's see. What's the problem? Unable to find news. Okay. Well, that might be actually fair. Yeah, where's the news? There you go. Is it any better now? Evaluated to type page. Fuck! If doesn't want things to evaluate to non-string types. That's very limiting. Expect is a good name if you're not going to have both functions. Expect. There's also must. Must, I think it's even shorter. Page.must. Page.must. Now, you know what we should have? I know what we should have. So in when grabbing stuff from key value, like from JSON objects, I have get that works like this. You provide the key name, and then you provide a fallback value if the key is missing. And then there's like get question mark, which returns an optional. So if the key is missing, then, well, it's an optional, so you have to use it in conjunction with if. And then there's get exclamation mark. And get exclamation mark means if this thing is missing, that's a hard error. So what we need is page exclamation mark. It's the same logic, like, yeah, obviously. So you call page exclamation mark, and you're good to go. And like page exclamation mark errors out hard if the page is missing. And then you can give that to CTX. So we don't need to add anything weird to optionals. Yeah, it requires, it basically, by virtue of not having these, of not giving extra machinery to optional itself, you kind of have to, everything that returns an optional needs to have a variant of itself that doesn't return an optional. But I also think that having that as a convention where an API that returns an optional, then you slap a bank in there and it works, it's not bad. It's also very compact. Like you just, like it's very clear. I feel like it's much more clear than having a suffix function that call like must, expect, unwrap, like just page bang, page exclamation mark. It's like, I'm screaming to you, like you better have that page. So what is the problem now? The problem is that this if evaluated to page, and we don't like that. Yeah, we should fix this. So, you know what? I think I'm going to take a very short break. Also, maybe going to make myself a cup of coffee. And then we fix this. So the fix here is, so I could add page bang, and then I could, you know, sidestep if bitching at me. But if it's not too horribly, disgustingly, horrendously complicated, and it's not, we could totally have if evaluate to something else. Like this evaluates the page. Yeah, sure. That's nice. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So let's improve our APIs. What if actually allowed you to return non-string values? So how do we do that? In template, eval if returns value. Let's see, what does it return? If it returns Boolean optional, we're good. If it returns... Oh, wait. Wait, is the problem that page is not optional? No, it is optional. Page is 100% totally optional. So we're not complaining. Yeah, it was here, though. We were totally complaining about stuff in here. Did I mistakenly... Okay, I think I understand what's going on. Translations for the same page, or a given translation for the current page, is optional. We can test this. We can test this. Locale returns an optional, yeah. But a page... A page is not optional. Okay, I see the problem. So this page is not optional. Oh, yeah. As I was saying, I wasn't sure that page made sense for page to be optional. But yeah, I was getting confused. Yeah, no. This is not optional. And then, Peter, like, you gotta get it right. You gotta get your pages right. Otherwise, it's an error. So that's actually fair. So why was CTX complaining? Turns out there was nothing to complain about? Yeah. Look at this bad boy. News. It's here. Styling is off. Let's give it correct styling. Class navbar item. And so if you go to a translated version, download is localized, learn is localized, news is not localized, and these are external links. So yep, that works too. Okay. We are literally one item from success. Literally one. Oh, well, also mobile website. Probably should also. Oh. Make this bad boy work, which should. It's not variant, though. It's locale. Yep. Yep. Okay, we just need to fix this button and this link. Actually, no, the button should be fine. I think it's just the link. I think we can actually test this. So learn more is under Zig Software Foundation. Yeah, look at these links. They're bad. We need to fix them. So this is okay. So the learn more button is okay. It's only this guy that is not okay because it's part of the content. Okay, let's go fix it. How do we do this? We go into SuperMD. And so we have block image video. We need to create link now. I think that I was already working on link. I just hadn't link. Just haven't finalized it. Let's see. I had a draft of it basically. Yeah, like a super basic draft. Let's see. Link has source. Keep in mind, this is not a one-to-one mapping to HTML. This object will be rendered to HTML in a semantic way. So what we call source here is the generic concept of what the heck this thing is pointing at. But then obviously, since this is a link, source will become a href attribute, not a source attribute. Now here's all the other options like pop-up. Should we do pop-up? Should we do download? Should we do something else? I mean, pop-up and download seem fine. Actually, pop-up is not exactly what we want. It's like basically blank target, I guess. Should we just give you blank as a target? So should we just give you like target as a field? And then you set it to blank or some other things? Maybe. So target blank. Like this. Source target download. I mean, this seems like a decent starting point. So what do you link to though? You can link to a URL, yes. You can link to an asset, yes. You can link to a side asset. You can link to a build asset. And then you should also be able to link to a page. So let's do that. So target is not bool, target is a string. Would be nice if this could be made optional, but Jesus Christ, I don't have the metaprogramming for that yet. So this will do for now. Okay, we need to be able to link to pages now. I think page should work like this. You know what? I'm gonna put all the simple metaprogramming stuff at the top. Maybe these guys can even go to the top. So page. We have an actual implemented thing that we can copy. Yeah, so it needs description call. Page links to a page. Links to another page. The first argument is the page path. Without the page path. Without direct reference to the Markdown file. Well, the first argument is the page path is a page path relative to the content folder or directory. Without direct reference to the Markdown file. And I think we can copy from here. You know what? Let's copy this. The path is relative. The first argument is a page path while the second optional argument is the local code for multilingual websites. The path is relative to the content directory and should exclude the markdown suffix, as Zine will automatically infer which file naming convention is used by the target page. You can also say in multilingual websites, the local code defaults to the current, to the same locale as the current of the current content file. Hey, Striking, Nick Q. Soon TM. I'll get to it. Soon TM. I really want to not lose momentum halfway through this final push to get like Zine into a good spot. Because right now, if I abandon Zine for a while, then I'm gonna lose a ton of context that I like in my brain. Then I need to be able to make progress like swiftly. But as soon as I'm able to package this thing, then I'll be happy to take a break, let people try stuff out, report bugs. There's going to be bugs reported, for sure. And then I can do other stuff in the meantime. Don't update Ghosty. Seems there's an issue with the last version. Oh no. When I visit SD library doc, it downloads a sources.r and can search after. Enable JavaScript, enable WebAssembly. The standard library docs use WebAssembly. What app is the to-do list hosted on? Oh, man, I'm gonna reveal such a secret. This is actually an instance of Helix. It's like a terminal text editor with just a markdown page open. Oh no! No, come on, that's a joke, right? People are memeing apart, huh? Sorry, apart. People are just memeing. I don't know why I said apart. That's nice. 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 Is that a shader? Man, that turns like your terminal into Noita. Holy shit. Thanks to a page. The problem is, with this setup right now that we have in Super Markdown, you're not able to have the link automatically show the title of that page. That is an interesting conundrum, because when you're linking to a page in a layout, you can access every field of that page. Like you can access its front matter. You can actually also access its content. I don't think you can access its assets at the moment, but it's actually also planned to become a thing. So, hey, Murai, hello, thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. Hello. So, how is it even important for you to be able to link to a page and also refer to its title, like, programmatically in your content? I'm not sure. Debatable. So, everybody, hello. Welcome to the stream. In case you're wondering, what are we working on? Well, we're working on a static site generator, and guess what we're trying to make work? We're porting the Zig website to it. And man, is it delicious. So we went from, this is what the current implementation on Hugo, the Zig website uses Hugo for now. And here's one interesting example for people who haven't seen this yet. Official Zig website, we want content to be written in Markdown. I'll also explain to you in a moment why. Like one extra reason. But here's a problem. Oh no, there's a part of the content that needs to have a 2-column layout. And it needs to have buttons, and then the content needs to continue. So, oh no, how do we style our Markdown stuff? Well, the answer that you have, that Hugo and most content site generators, maybe even all, did I say content site? Static site. Maybe all static site generators give you is, well, dude, you just gotta pollute your Markdown file with tags that do templating stuff. So Hugo gives you short codes, and you can use shortcode to, well, basically here we are like, look at this soup of things. It's like there's divs, there's flex rows, there's inline the HTML. It's like it's a complete fucking mess. How does it look like, the Markdown file in Zine? Thank you for asking. It looks like this. As you can see, there is no styling at all. You might have noticed that there is something funky though. Some links. So we're linking some headings. And what is this link? Wait a minute. That's not a link. I've seen plenty of links in my time, and that they start with HTTPS. If it doesn't start with HTTPS, is it even a link? I don't think so. And I know there's people in chat here who have written things that try to detect links, and they did that. They did starts with HTTP, maybe even HTTPS. I know for a fact. You want to know how I know that for a fact? Because I'm also in chat, and I've done that. But yeah, these are not links. So what are they then? They are expressions. I've actually enhanced Markdown, where basically the link syntax is not just for links anymore, but you can use link syntax for defining things that are not links. What? Yeah. So let me give you another example. Here, I'm embedding an image. Normally with Markdown, you have the exclamation mark, square brackets, and then parentheses with a link to the image, and that's the image. That still works, but you can think of that as syntax sugar for this. So the idea is that this is a different website, but this generates an EMG HTML tag. And the idea is that we can use this syntax to introduce also new types of content that Markdown doesn't support natively. So for example, you want to embed a video inside your Markdown file. How do you do that? You can't. Or, maybe some Markdown rendering engine somewhere, there's some, I don't know, something flavored Markdown that has some extra syntax to define videos. In this case, no. In this case, we still use the same square brackets, the link syntax, but instead of putting in a link, what we put in is it's a video element, and you can link to assets locally. This gets checked, like if this file doesn't exist or it's not a side asset, like it's not placed with that specific name in the right location, then it doesn't get, this returns an error. Also, referring to that file, that's what causes it to be installed in the output directory. And we can give it classes, and we can set that it should loop, it should show controls, it should be muted, it should not allow you to do picture-in-picture, and it should autoplay. Boom. What's nice also is that if this seems like, you could say, wait, isn't this like HTML with a ton of extra steps? Yes. But if you want Markdown to be a decent language for describing content, and you really want to separate content from presentation, then you can't pull in presentation concerns into the content. There's always a gray area. There's a push and pull. Like you can do that perfectly trivially, in a like universal correct way. But by separating them a little bit, here's what you can do. You can achieve the amazing power of being able to render your Markdown to something that isn't HTML. The whole point why I'm going through these extra steps is because I want my static site generator to also be able to generate books. I want to be able to write my book with it. And my book is going to be both a website and a PDF for self-publishing, maybe an EPUB. I'm honestly not really super up to speed with mobile readers, ebook reader file formats. Honestly, I don't have the highest opinion of book readers, ebook readers. I think they kind of suck. Both the entire toolchain around them, I think really sucks. But yeah, so this is the idea. The idea is that you go through extra steps to not reference HTML2 directly, so that then when you need to render to something that isn't HTML, you can do it. Like you have semantic knowledge that this is a video thingy. And if your output format supports videos, then you can use whatever thing that represents video you have. Or if it doesn't, then you can say, well, let's say that it's a PDF and you cannot embed videos in PDF. Again, this also came up earlier. Like, can you actually embed videos in PDF? I don't know. Maybe yes. I'm not even sure. But let's assume that you can't. If you can't, then you see that this is a video, and then you can turn this embedded video into like a box that says, here's a video link. Basically, you turn it into a link, like you gracefully degrade it into a link. But if your starting point was a video HTML tag, what do you do then? I mean, sure, I guess you could give the same treatment to the video HTML tag, but that requires you to, well, parse HTML, which is not fun. And then what do you do if people are like using a bunch of div styling and CSS rules? And basically, the point is that HTML is super powerful and complicated, and you want a much smaller like integration surface if you want to be able, like you want something that expresses semantically what this thing is more than what HTML does. So this is what I'm working on. And the end result, long story short, is that the Zig thing became much simpler. And one crazy thing that we can do is this concept of blocks, where the idea is that, well, do you remember that I showed you that we wanted two-column layout? How do you do the two-column layout here then? Well, the answer is obvious. We define that this is a block named features. And then in the place where you deal with layout, namely the HTML template, you render only that section of content. So you, instead of rendering the entire Markdown file in just one place, you render it piece by piece. So it means that this section here gets rendered inside of a display flex direction row div. But then other stuff that shouldn't go into a two-column layout, they go to a flex direction column div, and they get rendered in a different way. And this renders the content section community, which is this one. This is the superpower, basically, that I added to Markdown. And so I'm implementing all these APIs, new functions to allow you to do things. Now, the latest thing that I'm working on right now is this. So here I'm trying to link to a page, but I'm trying to link to a page, but I would like to do so semantically. Right now, this is not happening semantically. This is like just a normal link that's not checked anywhere for correctness. And so like if you at some point delete this page or rename it, then this link will break and it's not going to work anymore. So I'm adding the concept of, well, that now, I know it's kind of funny that we're adding this stuff only now, but what do you want to say? But yeah, basically we're giving the ability to this syntax now to also produce links through the scripting system. Even though that was its original purpose, but that's the one thing that we haven't implemented yet. In Wikipedia, there's a hover tooltip that will show the link's title and stuff. Yeah, that's cool shit. The problem is this doesn't really belong in the default behavior of a static site generator. This is something that users should be able to personalize somehow. And honestly, I think it's a reasonable use case to want to facilitate, to want to make possible for users. But yeah, some of this stuff will require subsequent passes. And again, the point is, it's a cool feature. Makes sense for people to want to have the ability to pull off something like this and have that happen in an elegant way within the statistic generator. But obviously, that cannot be the default behavior. And so we need to find the right balance of exposing to the user enough knobs, but, well, not only have, knobs that make sense, not have an endless amount of extremely specific knobs. Hey, Solalicious. Hello. Good day to you as well. Hello, hello, hello. So, so we were saying this links to a page. You can specify the target. You can specify if it should be a download or not. What else? What else? Actually, download is not even that interesting. I'm thinking that maybe, you know what, since it's not that interesting and I wasn't going to implement it exactly the nice way, I'm just going to not implement it at all for now and then maybe add it in the future. I don't even need it right now. So target I do need. Page. So let's implement page. How do we do this? Site asset, build asset. How are these guys implemented? Yeah, basically they only manage like a union. Right, all they do is like manage the source union. Where is that even defined? Okay, you know what? I'm thinking that this needs to become also one of these guys. For source. Okay, so source has also page asset. The problem is source needs more. Let me think about it for a moment. Yeah, source just needs 2 arguments. Page needs a ref and a locale. Oh, wait a second though. This was a page asset. Oh. These were all like implicitly assets. So we need to rename these things. Page asset, site asset, build asset, and then page itself. And now these things don't even need comments anymore because they are like very self-documenting. Can we delete this? And does it make sense? Yeah, it's not that bad. I'll keep it. I'll take it. Okay, let's go into the other page because now we broke a bunch of things. So directive built-in URL. This stays as is. Asset becomes page asset. Site asset becomes site asset. Build asset becomes build asset. And then there's page, and page becomes page. It's page. But now page needs more. Okay, so expected 1 or 2 string arguments. If len lower than 1 or args.len greater than 2, that args 0 becomes ref. And the other one is code. If args.len equals 1, null, else switch args1 for a string. If self-source is different than null, we complain, field already set. Otherwise, we set it to equals code. Boom. So now this works. Now you can do page. That's good. So that can links to the ZSF page, but we can't render this. This should complain. Yeah, we're not handling all the possibilities in HTML.zig. So render directive, we have block, image, video, and we don't have link. Gotta go enjoy the stream. Thank you. Have fun. Okay. Okay. We're entering the link. Well, we can actually want to render this as a link for real. So we want to do like try public.print as an anchor. href equals href equals what? I guess we want to tackle this right away, maybe. So what do we want to put in there? I guess for that we can put a link in there. This is wrong, but like just as a placeholder for now. And then we want to do the usual ID, attributes, stuff. So if the directive has an ID, we print the ID. If the directive has attributes, we print attributes. Oh, I see that we are also printing. Okay, you know what? Okay, fine. Let's start with ID and shit. And only after that we print href. fine. And I think there was something else that we're missing. Target. So target, href target. This is actually link here. Href should be like source. Yeah, this is gonna be complicated. How did I do printing source in these cases? Oh, right. Yes. 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 We hardcore expect this to be a URL. Now I remember my logic. href target. And then on exit, and then on exit, we print there you go. So with this, we should be rendering links correctly. There's more work that we need to do though. Because if we run this now, no field name ref in structure context link. Oh. Start clear here. No field name code instruct something something. I think calling it locale is better. No field name str. Yeah, you're right. No field name site. Oh, this is in HTML. Let's see. No, this is not in HTML. This is in in cache, of course. This is in load. You know what? Just give me the line numbers. 722. There we go. So page asset, site asset, build asset. Okay. And this is where we need to also deal with dot page. Fuck. Okay, let's think about it for a moment. We do have page finder. Could it be that what we already have is good enough? I don't want to believe it. That seems too good to be true. That seems way too good to be true. So pagefinder.find strategy is ref. Holy shit. And ref strategy has a path and a site. It doesn't have a local code, but it has a site. But if we have a local code, we can get a site. Ooh. So site becomes sites.get p.local. This really smells of or else. So we get the site. Then we do page finder to find. And the strategy is ref. So it's going to be a ref. It's dot path equals p.ref. And then dot site is site. Oh no, this is shadowing something. Oh, wait a second. That returns a full fucking page, though. Yeah, the problem is that this returns a full fucking page. Can this return null? So this even returns a context value. Wait, what? No. This returns a context value. No, this can return errors. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh. Okay, so definitely we can't break with this value directly. We're also shadowing. So P. Oh. Oh, fuck. This is... So what we're doing here, in a sense, is a form of parsing. And this thing should result in a... Well, technically we are mutating a pre-existing EST. Like, we are kind of like parsing in place. But this job should result in an array of errors. And yeah, we don't have any of this logic yet. Man, this is like definitely technical debt that we need to do something about at some point. So let's say that we found the page. Then what do we do? The point here is obtaining a link, right? Like a... Oh shit, wait a second. If res equals error. Wait a damn second. Slurp. And then if there's no error, oh no, it calls the asset collector. And then it sets the directive. Okay, I think you know what, we can make use of this. So yeah, let's return this. This returns a value, right? Yeah, this returns a value. If it's an error, we complain. BLK stands for block. It's just like a not particularly semantically good way of naming a block label. So that's the name. What that construct is a label. So it allows you to basically break to a label. It's kind of like a tiny return within the same function. Like returns a value to... It basically makes the block evaluate to a value. Okay, this probably needs to become a switch. Wait, what was it? Yeah. Page asset, site asset, build asset. Do we exclude URL up here? Oh no, because this is for the other thing. For here we do exclude URL. Okay. What is that IDE? That's Helix. It's not an IDE. It's I don't know, TUI, terminal text editor. So for a page, we kinda got the URL. Let me think. Helix kind of is an IDE. I mean, would you consider an IDE anything that has LSP functionality? Maybe. If you want to put the bar there, then you know pretty much everything is an IDE, except the few editors remaining that don't support LSP. Helix has debugger support. So for you, debugger support is what makes an IDE? I mean, it's not unreasonable. It's just not what comes to my mind. So you would consider Sublime Text an IDE? IDE for me is a lot of useless buttons. Does Sublime have an integrated debugger? I believe that you can set breakpoints in Sublime, and then if you have an extension, you can have an extension, give you a UI to a debugger and orchestrate the whole lifecycle thing. I mean, it's not like, it's not like integration with a debugger is that super complicated, right? Once you have the ability in the UI to set breakpoints, after that, that's kind of like mostly it. Sure, you can have more UI things, better things. If it requires an extension, I wouldn't say it's a debugger. So then Vim is not an IDE. Helix is, but then Vim is not. Yup, exactly. Okay. I'm not sold on this point. I was following you on the previous ones. On this one, I'm not so sure. I feel like the fact that you put it as an extension or not is not all that significant. How would you define an IDE? Okay, so here's an idea. Rule of thumb. So it's not necessarily like a hard, rule. You have this, but then you remove everything else, and it still is an IDE. So, but as a rule of thumb, I would say the ability to open a project. If your editor has a concept of projects and you open projects, and your project has like a configuration file that defines, understood by the editor, that defines build steps, debug steps, and there's like a bunch of features that basically revolve around the concept of having a project open rather than having individual files open, then that makes it an IDE. How does that sound? For example, Xcode is an IDE because when you open it, well, CMake doesn't have a GUI. I'm talking about like an editor has a GUI. Almost every editor has some sort of project concept. But I gave more context than this. Like, it's more than just, what is the current working directory? I'm talking about the concept that there is like a config file understood by the editor that defines what I just described. So, for example, VS Code has that. VS Code has project-specific settings. And in my opinion, that makes it an IDE. Or rather, again, it's not just that specific thing by itself, but that becomes a building block for integration with the LSP, with the debugging, with code intelligence in a wider sense. As someone that develops VS Code extensions for a living, Ezra, what do you do? What are your extensions? Like, what do your extensions do? Also, you said for a living. But you can't sell extensions, right, on the marketplace. So I guess, do you work at Microsoft? Or do you happen to work for another company that has like a big VS Code extension? Even Visual Studio can open a project with no config file. Oh, yeah, for sure. But like IDEs, well, I don't know if all of them, but IDEs can open in things like can have an open file without having an open project. If you say that an IDE has to have a GUI, then HX, well, I mean, okay, sorry, I'll take this back. Not a GUI, but like, as far as I understand, CMake, it's a CLI tool. There is no, you don't open CMake. It's not even a text editor. Okay, let's add this rule then. For something to be an IDE, then it has to be a text editor first. So what you're saying is that an IDE makes an IDE if it has some form of integration with a build system. it's not just that. Like the concept of a project is a little bit more complex than the build system. It definitely intertwines with the build system. The build system is a good part of it. Yes, you could say that the main reason why you care about making something a project is because that gives you a full overview of all the things that then will need, I guess, to be built, debugged, or whatever. But yeah. So I don't know. VS Code. I guess they call them workspaces in here, maybe. I don't know if a workspace is exactly what I'm thinking of. Things do get fuzzy, that's for sure. But like Xcode, God, I hope I don't have to regret opening this piece of garbage. Okay, here's another rule. They take forever to load. Like you don't see it, but like this thing is trying to load. Has been trying to load for a while now. Holy shit! Holy shit! It managed to render this window. God damn it, dude! That's performance. Create new project, clone Git repository, open existing project. For example, here's what makes Xcode a pure IDE. It's either you open a project or nothing. This guy refuses to do anything that isn't opening a project. Can I do open and then just a file? Okay. It can manage to open a file without a project around it. But as you can see, it really didn't want me to do that. My terminal understands my project and its build system, so I guess my DE is Kitty. Your terminal? What do you mean? Kitty understands your project and your build system? Are you talking about stuff like Starship, like Powerline, that kind of stuff? I doubt that Kitty, the terminal emulator itself, understands this kind of stuff. Well, in any case, this discussion is fairly useless, if we have to be honest. So we want to link to that page. Linking to a page... linking to a page requires two things. Oh, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't even... Maybe we should switch on res here even. But it's fine. I have context-aware keybinds and scripts in my Kitty, so it knows how to build, debug, and browse my current project. I see. Yeah, Pagozar, you have to join the Ghosty Discord and wait to be invited to the closed beta. I think that also Ghosty is reaching first public release relatively soon. And by relatively soon, I mean by end of the year. So not tomorrow, but, you know, not too far into the future. So like if you, you know, how can I say? If you're interested and curious, but also not dying to try Ghosty, then just wait a little bit more. It's coming. Okay, so I was saying we have a page, and we need to decide how to link it. There are two options here. Linking to a page in our same locale. Linking to a page in another Local. Uh-huh. And that's that's more complicated. It is definitely more complicated. So here's what I'm thinking. What I'm thinking is that probably instead of breaking right away, we should say, look, if this results in an error, we return the error and we let normal error handling render it. But if we get a page, we should do the reasoning in here, because here we also have the site. So yeah, let's do it here. We have res, and then we switch res. And let's do it like this. Not site, but page. And else. Actually, could it be anything else? I think the find can only return an error or a page. Does it return optionals? Find by ref more specifically. No, it's just page. Like it's an error or a page. So like we can say that it's unreachable. Okay, so we have a page. What do we do with a page? Page site. You have the current site. I'm assuming that the reason why site wasn't available to me is because the current site exists in here as a variable. Yeah, exactly. We have the current site. So here's what we can do. What does link do? Let's see. Looks at the AMD rel path. Chops something off from it. Oh, this can be simplified now. And then computes. Yeah. Yeah. Just call link. And that's what we return. And that returns a value. And here we do. There you go. Expected type const u8 found optional const u8. Ooh. Right. Man, this expression is kind of a mess, but I'm gonna refactor all this stuff eventually, I promise. No field name link. Historic context page. Oh, yeah, that's painful. That's pp.builtins.link call pp, comma. No built-ins, what? Yes, built-ins. What are you talking about, man? Oh, it's because I can't do that on pp. Context of the page. Operator equal not allowed on type. Oh, something is an error union here. Try. No field name page in type info directive kind union tag type. No, this is wrong. Because this needs... Okay. Wait, no, this is not res that we want to switch on. What's going on here? It's val. Okay. Switch on type context.image. Okay, am I going insane? Oh, val.source. Res. No. Let me think. Okay, we switch on res then, and we do this if it's a string, this if it's an asset, I guess. Is this better now? Mr. Compiler? It seems so. Well, what do you know? Let's break it. ZSF2. Somebody released ZSF2. We get an error. Markdown missing asset. An asset reference, blah, blah, blah. Missing asset, unable to find ZSF2. That's good. It's kind of pointing in the right place. It's just that this line is too long and wrapping. It's kind of detracting from the value of this exercise. But yeah, it's ultimately kind of correct. So, we have officially ported the entirety of the Zig homepage. Oh, come on. Stop crushing, son of a bitch. We have officially ported the entirety of the Zig homepage to Zig. All of it. And, we didn't cut corners. Like, we ported it, yes. But also, everything is going through the type system in a semantic way. Links are checked. A link breaks, boom, hard error. Like, no compromises. No, actually, except these two links. These two links are still shitty links because, well, these pages don't exist yet. But yeah. So we made some progress. Now, what I was saying was, let's do something satisfying now. So let's implement maybe a table of contents. Maybe we should implement a table of contents. So, table of contents, huh? Okay. So, table of contents. Table of contents. I guess one problem is that we need a way of accessing the table of contents. Right now, the content-related APIs, I feel like could be better. They're not yet as good as they should be. I think what we would like to be able to have is dot content. You do dot content, then block content, all content, table of content. I don't know. Dot table. Content dot table. Well, you'll see, I guess. I thought the mark in the middle of your stream was my monitor. The mark in the middle of your stream. I have some artifacts, some green screen artifacts. Do I? I do. There you go. So I don't know. I'm kind of thinking that it would be nice to do something like $page.content. And that gives you like a content object. And then on the content object, you can do block. But I mean, this could very well be page.block. And then page.talk. Why not? So let's rename content section to block. Okay. So we have block now. That's good. We can just add talk. Period. Problem I think is that talk probably kind of requires some extra options. Like, what would you want to give to talk as options? Probably an ID. Optionally, some classes. Thirdly, linking. Like, should the talk link? Try to deep link to content. I mean, it probably should by default. It's kind of niche, not wanting to link to the content, I think. I guess. You know what? As a starting point, we could just give it an ID and call it a day. Talk. Talk accepts. Oh, also this signature is wrong because now this is str.opt. That's the actual signature. No, that's bool. Okay, talk takes, I guess, an optional string. Although, honestly, giving it an ID is not even that interesting because you can totally do that with a container element where you're going to place this thing into. So, like, you don't need. You really don't need. Could be convenient, sure. Needed? Not needed. You know what? Let's add that in the future if we conclude that it's necessary. In the meantime, let's just not do that. Talk. So this was doing AST sections get, and it was trying to call render .html. We need something different. This is not a thing anymore. Well, we do need the buffer probably. Do we want to print? But what we want is, I guess, HTML TOC, HTML talk, I guess. No weird settings, just allocator writer. Actually, allocator it's probably not even needed. But whatever, you can have one just in case you need it. And then buff to order slice. Yes. And then, what do we do? We kind of want to do this. Just in a different way. Oh man, so much code. Okay, let's see. Oh, here we can have the normal looping system. While I hit on next. Amazing. We want the heading level. Do we care if it's a block or not? Yeah, we do care actually if it's a block. We don't have a stop. We don't have a stop. We don't care about anything except... Actually... That's funny. Yeah, basically we only care about headings. Care about paragraph. We do care about heading. Don't care about anything else. Oh, there's like for other things. No, we don't even care about those. Or rather, basically for us, else is like whatever. Skip it. Who cares? Okay, direction. Oh, this is one of those guys with direction. That's good, actually, I think, for us. No, it's not useful for us at all. We could probably do md_root.next. Yeah, we probably want to do node iteration at this point because we don't care about entering or exiting. Or do we? Or do we? No, we actually do care about entering. Fuck. We do care about certain things. Okay. Let's see. We want to, so we're entering the heading. For us, entering heading doesn't mean putting an H1, but it means putting a list item. The list item, we don't care about the heading level. So list item, we give it an ID. No, maybe. No, for now. Classes and shit. No, we don't. We do care about getting its directive. So let me clean up some stuff because this is like kind of noisy for now. So fine. Okay, so this prints list items, but how do nested ULs work in HTML? I don't remember. Oh, there were 3 schools. My love. It's just UL placed. It's placed inside of the fucking LI. I knew it. Son of a bitch. I fucking knew it. Let's see if somebody else agrees, because I don't trust these motherfuckers. Option 1, nested UL is a child of the parent UL. Option 2 is correct. The nested list should be inside an LI element. the list which is nested. Okay, so that means that we need different iteration. Li doesn't close like that. Ow. Okay, this algorithm is going to be a pain in the ass. I can already tell. Also, this type of iteration is going to be painful for us because we don't want that. So we don't want this iteration. That is for sure. So for us, a node is going to be a node starts from st. Oh, I already forgot. stmd root. Okay. Okay, so we keep iterating at the top level, only blocks. Yes. Oops. Only blocks. We look at the node type, and if it's a heading, there's no direction that we care about. Okay. So if we had a heading, then means that we need to, I guess, based on whichever level we are, we need to decide if we need to open a UL or not. So I guess even before we start looping, we want to open a UL. Okay, you know what? Let's remove this argument. We don't need it. Okay, so try w.print UL. Boom. And our current level is 1. Well, level. U32. So we had a heading. If we find a heading, then we need to ask ourselves, well, does this heading require us to... That's an LI for sure. Yes. Yes. But then the second question is, do we need to... do we need to... Is this thing... is this actually the right child where we are? It has to be, right? So basically what I'm thinking is, what if I start with an H2? Like, we don't see an H1, but we immediately see an H2. We nest the UL directly inside the thing without an LI? No, we open the LI anyway. and we put nothing there, and then we open the UL and we give it a LI. It's gonna look weird, but that's kind of what you did. So like it's kind of on you to get this stuff right. Yeah, that sounds good to me. So every time we find one, we know that we want to open an LI no matter what. We can even do this. There you go. Less nesting. We open the LI, and then we ask ourselves, okay, what's the heading of this node? What does it return? I32. Oh god, why does it return an I32? Whatever. Okay, this is the new heading level. And now we have to say, while the new heading level is deeper than we are, we want to open a UL. And also LI. Until we match. At which point we want to print the title of this node. And then we're kind of good to go. But what if it's the opposite? If it's the opposite, it means, let me think about it for a moment. It means that we need to close some ULs and some LIs before we can print our LI. Oh god. So this actually needs to be like in the... This needs to be mutually exclusive. Oh. uh. And then we're finally ready to open our stuff. And print some contents. And print the name. But we close it. Oh, this is the problem, right? Because, oh no, what is this fucking syntax, man? So we need to print it, but then we don't know if we need to go deeper or shallower. Like, what the fuck is this logic, man? Oh, God. Okay. So we need to leave it open. So that means that when we start, we need to always start with an open li, but that's so wrong. Like, what if there's no heading? Then we have, like, we cannot leave a phantom li, that's for sure. So that kind of means... Okay, what I'm thinking is that maybe we should move this thing around like this. So every time we find something, we do open an li, right? Maybe. And then we switch. So like if 1, 2, 3. What level is I need? Because that's what we get from the Markdown library, apparently. So annoying. So let's say that we find a document that it's like this. So this should be ul li ul li foo ul li bar So that's how it should be, I think. This is where the H1 would go, but there's no H1. So I guess it's something along the lines of we do that, then we do this. But no, maybe doing that at the end. The problem is that here we have an open li, and then it means that we don't want to open this li here. So this needs to be like this. It's just that our starting condition is kind of fucked up. I guess ULI, ULI. Or it should be, it's greater than level. Like this is not just greater than level. I think this should be like much greater than level, maybe. Because clearly this guy needs to print itself in an opening li. Like it needs to open its own li. That's for sure. This needs to do this. Is this the table of contents? Yes. So like if we find a heading level 1, then we don't do this. We don't do this. Also, this should be plus. Wait a second. No, while new level is lower than, we close, and then level gets subtracted, this gets added. Okay. So so for H1 it works. It's backwards. Now. So we start with the UL. We find an H1 right away. We don't do this, we don't do this, we do this, and that's fine. And then we find another H1. That's wrong because we need to close this. But if we find an H2, then it's correct. Alternatively, you know, we could do this. We start at 0. We don't print the UL. The first one would be an H1 heading, which opens the first UL, opens the first LI. What is your problem now, dude? Oh, well, yeah, I understand what the problem is. Okay. There's this while loop. And then what we can do is we print here without an opening li because we put the li there. That's one way of doing it. So let's see. We start at 0. We find the first H1. We open UL. We open li. We print the title. And we continue. We are returning here. We find another H1. We don't enter here. And then it might be either one of these situations. So here's what we do. Else if new level lower than level, we do the while loop, else we do this. But this makes us first close the old li and then open a new one for ourselves. Okay, let's see how this works. So we find, let's say that we have two h1s. So first h1, we print this. We print the title, we continue. Second h1, we go here, we close the previous li, we open a new li, we print ourselves. We find another h1. Close, open, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we find an h2. You need to close when new level is lower than level. That's what this code does. So we find another h1. So h1s work. Let's say we find an h2. We find an h2. The new level is greater. It closes UL first, not li. That's correct. Oh, this is not correct though. Right, this needs to be like this. This needs to open the UL inside of the li. Yeah. Which is kind of incompatible with what we need at the outer level. At the outer layer. Man, this sucks. So this is now correct. This is correct. This is correct. It's just not handling the outside. By the way, Andrew, here's what makes this maybe a little bit confusing. When you're nesting lists, the UL goes inside the li. At the outer level, you have an outer UL that contains LIs. But when you're nesting inside, the UL is contained by an LI. I don't make the rules. That's apparently how the fucking web works. Outside, you have a UL or whatever type of list you want to have. And then LI. And then the UL goes inside the LI. So that's why I'm closing the UL first and the LI second. Okay, so this is... So I then this means that the top level case is broken. Fuck. I guess we can do this. I fucking hate this shit. Okay. I'll think about that later. So let's see. So we start at level 1. Okay, let's say that we print always one UL with an li. Okay, that's our starting point. We find an h1. Oh shit! Look, it's closing this thing. That's so annoying. And opening a new one. I guess maybe we want to keep track of what the last level was. So maybe we can start at 0. We don't put the li in, and then we say last heading like last present heading, maybe. Man, this is causing me giving me so much trouble. So we start from our UL. We find an H1. This is now gonna do this, which is not what we want. So we should say that we start at 1. This is now gonna print this in the incorrect way. So maybe we just need a different like opening condition. Like if it's like first loop, first iteration, then we print this differently. Let's do that, I guess. So like, what's the first iteration? Var first item. It's true. Or, you know, not the fair. We'll just put it at the end. Although we did have a continue in here. So, you know what? Maybe the fair is not that bad. Okay, so this has the initial condition correct. So we have like an H1, starts with UL, goes into LI, title. Another H1, closes the previous title, opens a new one. Then we have an H2. For an H2, then we go in here. Oh, but this is wrong because we want to open a UL. We don't want to open an LIUL. We are inside an LI. Yeah. So these ULLI. We print this. We continue. We find another H2. We go down here. We close this LI. We open a new one with the title. That works. We find an H4. Open a UL, open an LI. Open a UL, open an LI. Print the H4. Continue. Okay, let's see things start closing. If things start closing... oh, maybe you were right then. Maybe we do need to close the LI first and the UL second, right? Because we're already inside of it. Oh, shit. No, this okay. I understand the problem. The problem is that what we were doing is inherently wrong because we are saying, yeah, we for sure need to go deeper. No, but it is correct though, because if we're going deeper, it's because we either print here or we print somewhere else. These prints, and then when we go back, we close that one. We close the UL. Did I do it? I think I did it. And then at the end, while level is greater than Well, level is different than 0. Actually, well, it's greater than 1. Like if it's at 1, well, you know what? We'll see what the correct thing is. But in any case, we want to close more stuff. We want to do this. And then maybe we want to do a final UL. To balance this guy. Hopefully this is it. This is called from page, we were saying, right? Table of content. No need to give it GPA. That's doc. There's more stuff that we need to do. Like, for example, where we're not printing the actual title. That's something that we need to fix. And we need to link these things. How do you link? Is the heading inside the LI? Yeah, the anchor. The anchor needs to be inside the LI, right? Not outside. What do you guys do in here? No, look at them using divs instead. No, okay. It's a LI that contains an anchor. Okay, that's like normal, fair. So that means that when we have to print something, we do print the anchor. I guess. Now let's watch this thing fail tragicomically. Yeah, now we just need to call it. So let's see what happens if we call it on the Zig homepage. Just as a test. Yeah, here near the bottom. Root structure file rendered has no member name HTML talk. True. Node is not markpub. What? That means that we're importing it from the wrong place. I guess it's supermd.node. I guess we should have used that also somewhere else already. Or maybe yeah, supermd.node, we're already using it. Content section built-in on font. Oh shit, yeah, right. Okay. I mean, this is totally wrong. Let me think. H1, H1, H2. So this is correct. H2, H2, H2. So yeah, a bunch of H2s. That's fine. But then there's an H1, man. Then there's an H1. And that got kind of lost. I'm surprised that the code for like bouncing back is broken, but you know what? Let's look at what's going on in here because there might be some funky shit going on. So there's an li that contains nothing. Correct. And then there's a second li that contains way too many ULs. That's the problem. This li contains way too many ULs. Like, these guys should not be this flat. Uh-oh. You know what? This might be also recovery from horribly malformed HTML. So here's what we're going to do. Let's print some new lines in here that, you know, they don't hurt. So UL, new line. Oh, this is already not great. Okay. This is not our case. So this is not what was causing trouble to us. But /n. You know what? Let's not do /n in there. I don't know. Let's see what happens now. I feel like the first item should be resetted to true somewhere. I think that all the other cases leave. Oh, you know what? You're probably right because this guy closes the UL, but then it doesn't reopen LLI. Probably at the end of this, what we want to do is not exactly reset first item, or maybe yes, maybe it is reset first item. Either that or we print the li ourselves. Maybe, yeah. Let's see. You know, also what would be nice? It won't work since the fair. Oh, fuck. Yeah, true. So we want to put it here and we want to put it here. View page source. Probably also printing the actual freaking title would help. So UL, LI, Let's look at Lisa if the syntax is correct. UL li anchor li closes li opens UL opens li puts something closes this li new li closes this UL opens a new one. So this closes the UL, closes the li that contains this UL, opens a new one. Did we fix it? Why is this zooming in also on the fucking website, man? This seems weird to me. Aren't we closing the ULs in a much better way now? Yeah, we are, but this is doing it too much. This UL is not nested inside an li at all. I think we're trying a little bit too many things all at once. I'm thinking that maybe this should be like this. We close the inner li once, but then from there, we close yeah, I think it's wrong. Like leaving an open li at the end is wrong. I think that I'm doing something horribly wrong every time I leave an open li in the nesting stuff, because let me think. If I'm nesting deeper, I guess because I'm chasing, so I know that I will print something. Yeah, no, I think it's fine though, because we do leave this open, but that's because there's this content. So we want to close this /li, and then we might be inside a UL or multiple. Let's try this. UL li UL li UL li. This li closes. This li closes. This li closes. This UL closes. The corresponding li closes. But then the new one that we open needs to also be an li in turn. So this li closes, this UL closes, the wrapping li closes, and then we again open a UL. No. That is not okay. Didn't we set first item to true? Did we not do this? I'm now very sussed out by what's going on. Why don't I see this UL open? Like when we are done closing. Oh, it's because I don't continue. There you go. You know what? Let's put it in here. Okay, this is kind of silly, but it gives symmetry to the whole thing. There you go. So it closes this stuff and then opens a new li with a UL inside, with an li, with a title. Okay, so is this better? Kinda? It inspect? What? Is this how this stuff is supposed to show? So UL, yes. Li, 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 li. So if an li, if there's no title, that's how it looks like. That's how it shows up. I mean, you know what? I guess I'll take it. So this is now correct. Let's have it print the actual titles. Hello, Regalias. So now printing the title, that's, I suspect, slightly more annoying than what we would like it to be. Because it's like we want to render an inline stuff. But it's kind of shitty because I guess we can copy paste what's in here. We can do this, I guess. We should probably share this code. Mm. There we go. So we look at siblings. And then we do this, I guess. Maybe, I'm not sure this code is actually correct. And this guy wants normal iteration, so we should also do this. Can do first. We need to do parent. Hopefully. Did I really do all of them? I guess. Parameter type defined in here. Found optional node. Oh. Panic to implement. Oh my fucking god. Really? Oh, it's because of link, I bet you. Let's ignore link for a moment. That's not enough? Okay. Oh, talk heading. Wait. Because heading is where we pass in. Heading, we want to do nothing. Something bad was happening there. I love how sometimes my history brings up random commands and they just run amok. There we go. This is not correct though. This is still missing something because there's actually... So this is zoomed in as fuck. That's also why the sponsors looks weird. But what about community? What happened to community? Where did it go? Slogan. Oh god. Features. So here's the problem. The table of contents, it's a little bit... it goes against the concept of creating blocks for opportunistic rendering in different places. And sometimes a block shouldn't be actually a heading that you see in the table of contents. Yeah, so we lost community, we lost sponsors, and we gained slogan, which is not interesting. I mean, to be fair, I'm using this on a page where we're doing weird shit. So in a sense, like doing weird shit with blocks and wanting to have a table of contents tends to be somewhat mutually exclusive. You don't really do both things at the same time. But, well, first of all, what the fuck is community? And where are sponsors? Point number one. Point number two, probably there should be a way of like toggling off a heading from the table of contents saying, yeah, you know what, this heading, just remove it. Remove it from the table of contents. It shouldn't be visible there. Or we should have another type of construct that we can do, then we can use to create a block that isn't a heading. To be fair, I originally wanted headings to be blocks because they have certain meaning, but we could make blocks out of nothing. Literally out of nothing if we wanted to. So, something to think about. Yeah, but what happened to community, man? Okay, let's see. Here we have the code. Oh, it's here. The problem is when we're going back up. When we're going back up, we also have a need to print stuff at the right moment. Yep. Yep, and which probably also means that resetting first item then it's not all that important because we do want to do this. That's why resetting first item seemed weird to me. But I think we might be good to go then with this. There we go. Community, Zig Software Foundation, sponsors. We have it. So, So now we have our table of content rendering algo. That's nice. We print everything. We need to decide how to link these things. Not everything should be linked. The reality is that we want to link only blocks. So this needs to be a little bit more nuanced. Something like we could repeat the logic in here, or alternatively, we could actually give this as a job to this guy, render inline. Maybe render inline should be like render like talk render inline. So like we make this specific for the table of contents and we start at the heading. So we don't do this. We don't do this. Yeah, talk render heading. You know what? I like this idea. Talk render heading. But now we need a different start. We want to start at the heading. We want this and this. We want this, we want this, we want heading. For heading, we want to do this. We want to basically, so this is heading. Enter. Exit. Okay. Well, what's the problem, man, now? Okay, we want now to here we basically will render a link if it's time to do that. Either that or we do that at link because there is a link node. Oh, this is interesting actually. Yeah, let's do it here. It's fine. Well, we have to ask first if we have a directive. Actually, we don't even care about this. What's your problem, man? There's a specifier. Where do you not see a specifier? Kind of optional. Oh, shit. Oh. 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 No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to create an anchor element if there is no ID. What exactly is the role of a block without an ID is yet to be defined, but there you go. Now, everything that can be linked, it's linked. Okay. We have a function in table of contents that links. We still need to integrate better what's a block with the table of contents, with the role of all these things. Like the ecosystem is not fully polished, but we have the pieces. We have we have the Lego bricks. We just need to configure them in a way that, you know, it's aesthetically pleasing, basically. That's not bad. I'm thinking that probably the next thing that I should do is keep porting the Zig website, but also start upgrading, like the Ziggy website, for example. The Ziggy website has a documentation section that's kind of serious and maybe would benefit from a table of contents for certain pages. For example, these could be worth it. I don't know. This could definitely be worth it. Here, definitely worth it. Document structure, maybe. Built-in types, custom types, schema structure, struct unions, probably. I have to be honest. I really don't like the layout where you have a column here on the left and a column on the right. And usually what happens is that you have navigation on different pages on the left and then the table of contents on the right. I don't like it, but it is rationally, it is rational. It's a good layout. It's a good way, it's a good use of space. I still don't like it, but it is a good use of space. I still really don't like it, but it is good use of space. God damn it. So there you go. We have it. So I think I'm gonna stop here probably. I have a meeting in a while, well, in a bit, not like in half an hour, and progress has been made. Progress has truly been made. Still a ton of design questions open, but the homepage is now fully translated, fully ported, no compromises. Everything is dope. Everything is fully checked. Everything is fully semantic. And now we have the ability to render table of contents. I mean, what else do you want? So yeah, let's see. Is anybody else streaming? Gordon, if you're still in chat, are you interested in streaming right now? If you want, I can raid you. By the way, I guess this offer is not only for Gordon, it's also for other people in chat who stream Zig. Let's try it. Let's go. Okay. Then I'm here with the raid tab open, waiting for you to spin up your stream. You're live? Okay, let's see. Yep, you are. But somehow I can't find you. I think that you might be non-raidable. Can you check in your settings if you're allowing other people to raid you? Yeah. Or I don't know, maybe it's this stupid interface that's dumb, but no, I think I was able to do it. I don't know why I had to go into a very roundabout way for finding you for raiding, but I solved it. So raiding coming, enjoy your stream, and I'll see you all next time. Bye bye.